Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, that doesn't sound as bad as it was to me earlier. It's just an opinion. I have my phone all the way up, volumes, blah, blah, blah. Alright, back to where we left off before, just. And I'm trying not to randomly just like disappear like I've been doing for the last few times. Stuff comes up, and that just be it. Anyway, let's go to it. In order, Scion, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I can't leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, the Century Station at the fountain atop of the steps should be glad to assist you. They have some pretty good in-game music this time around. So I've been to Razahan before. This place is vertically a maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for direction from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Mistress, I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Magdoda, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap residence is stationed in Dharma, the highest part of Razahan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaar in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Utherite disabled. As such, we'll provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to the fountain and then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Haxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Ravada Fibers. Within you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. How do you disable an Etherite? That seems kind of weird. we turned off the crystal. What you got to say, Yesenia? Oh yes, I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle, the treasure vault of one of Razahan's wealthiest families. They took the god of luck for their guardian, and on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vaults for aspiring treasure hunters to try their luck, or so they say. They are also coffers hidden in the land and access portals. Find one and you'll gain access to the vault. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. It is a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. Well, Sydney, it is said you're terrible with money. Point case, Alphino is, or used to be too. Heading to Magadoda. Are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge in the entrance of the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps either side of me, you'll find a workshop of Rovado fibers, though you're free to observe the artisans. Take care and not lose your way. Daphne Weave. Hard to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say Emmerich would be partial to the gold thread and the blue, of course. He loves his blue. I never put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry, and if that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally. I actually did want to see if I could, travel to him. If you are here for an airship, I am afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at the Magadoda. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Descend these steps and then continue straight ahead across the bridge, and you can't miss it. We have farms inside the city. I remember passing by here when Vajan, the situation began as it was. He regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to hamasa myself. The meat is surprisingly tender and flavorful. Before I go up there, connect to this Aetheryte. That way I just have 3 Aetherites to connect to when I come back. Besides the actual Aetheryte here. Yeah, this. Greetings and welcome to Magnatoa. May I inquire after your business? We are members of the Science of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course. We have been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber. If you would please follow me.
Are we the last to arrive?
I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
I like the color of his eye combinations. Purple eyes, yellow rings.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat-Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth. Many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee. In accordance with the covenant he forged with Hydralin, the stewardship of this star hath ever been his purpose. Silence in the face of thine actions is the greatest sign of his approval. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsonar's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's wheel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
The last image of people we lost is always the hardest one. So what were you and Vitras talking about? Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead and to the High Crucible. Let's catch up with them. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible first. Let us return to the Mulberry Orchard. That has a nice sound to it. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left past the mulberries. Where are mulberries? Oh, I guess I didn't need to attune to this before. I could have just done it after, since it had me walk past it anyways. walking past the Aetheryte, too. The street turns into a door straight ahead. Give me one moment, please. I have returned. Where the streets turn, enter the door straight ahead, and then descend these steps. I thought the Castellarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Razahan. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let us see where the door takes us. I think this place looks really good, honestly. Even the verticality of it. Oh, the plaza looks nice, too. It even says it's temporarily disabled. And here's the Aetheryte Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross the other side of the hall, then pass through the large two-doorway. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect that the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. Though this landing has been afforded a respite in turmoil of many languages, so our work is far from finished. You took your time, got turned around, I take it. Oh, it's a strange looking eye. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
As foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
The last thing I remember before being absorbed into the tower was you rushing towards me. I can only imagine the hardships you and yours must have had to overcome to rescue us. No amount of words will suffice to express my gratitude, but I hope the flower, radiant glow, says everything I can now. Well, I guess the House of Splendor's over here. Splendors? Which I kind of figured. Oh, can I do that now? Oh, it unlocked the purple one, which I didn't have access to beforehand. Huh. Well, I'm here. And I have to head back to Charlie again. Alright. That was the wrong place. I don't know why they have an ether right here. I mean, it's helpful and all, but don't know why. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labor safely restored. For now, we have to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thickness suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back. Proud has the praise of the recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat of eliminate the tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I changed your street sheets and plump your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone. Be it pinning a thesis or defeating deformed entities. So would you like to take a look at your new improved logins? Again, Archon profile is too. I get no more ghosts to visit me though.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Sharlayan cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Sharlayan feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Krile, I hear you recently played literal host to Hydaelyn herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Hydaelyn instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenor, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes... questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, burn, let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me. so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
From yellow to green, the flower did bloom. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope? I was about to make my way to the stadium as it happens. I wanted to try to speak with the scholar Monty and thank him for coming to our rescue at Rose Trail. As it turns out, he came here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we had already departed for Dathomir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we are still waiting for Y'shtola and the others, I thought now is the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphinaud can tear himself away from his new toy. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenal. Considering my recent impurity, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the stadium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, I tell them we will not be long. Heading out on a show. The scholar himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the stadium. I just say our notary precedes us. Alphinaud, of all people worrying over his reputation, and our Elm Mater, no less, will wonder never cease. You'll understand soon enough, off we go. Here it is, Phenomena. While I expect you may note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expensive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds, and experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the stadium, it was established to promote the study of etherological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then in 432nd In the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomena was decreed complete and the stadium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and steady storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in etherology, the arcane, the occult, astronomancy, and countless other fields standing proud as Charlene's foremost educational institute. Yolis did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stomping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the stadium, graduated with highest honor in magical arts and etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the stadium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you are equally prodigy scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphinaud actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I'm certainly not the stadium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend Alphinaud Levier began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration of student body has for Alphinaud, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for the Scholar Monty. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's found off wandering wherever his whim takes him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. That was Alphinaud Levier, wasn't it? The Alphinaud Levier. And he, with his sister and Master Valdesian's granddaughter, this can only mean one thing. An event of epic, shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry, you said you were looking for the scholar. Yes, knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Alpoa should have a better idea. Things were bad enough during our school days, and Alphinaud's time abroad has only heightened his fame, or should that be infamy. He had his rivals and detractors, of course, though most of them gave that up after his adoring fans set upon them like ravenous dogs. Alphinaud, on the other hand, never paid them much notice. They were simply beneath him. I assure you, I'll tell you all about it after my business with the scholar has concluded. The scholar, tell me, my good fellow, does this have something to do with saving the world from catastrophe? Might we turn our attention to Master Levier's graduation thesis? I, too, have my doubts regarding our policy of non-intervention. It is true that your experience overseas are the reason you have incurred the era of the forum. Oh, what I wouldn't give to see you butt heads with those old codgers. Good old Alphinaud getting some attention. Where'd the crowd go, though? Are you lost? Wonder in Wander in off the streets, perhaps. Wait, don't tell me you're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. Am I right? Aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the stadium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple, everything else. That's what we do in here. A Searcher's Meet whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or material. They come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Hacia, this tongue of giant toad that it's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. So what you're telling me is you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? And you're looking for the scholar? I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock, but I can... Oh, you mean him. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory sort, home to many rare and expensive cores, not to mention alarming frequently accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood coderling screens. In time, it takes me to tell you all of this. Scholar has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Yes, the scholar was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. Where did the crowd go?
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat. We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third? Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed.
To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldesion, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Without giving me much to mull over, I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the Forum 2 motives and the mystery of life itself for a good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent to express my gratitude only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Kia Po, as the scholars suggested while I share findings with Rob. I don't need to talk to her now, at least, considering I'm not doing the ghost one. But that is one thing I need to do after. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the stadium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of the Water Scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of Grand Company Eorzea and Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. A friend has asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Lominsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way of the wind. The wind is blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Villefranche. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand with you, Steve. I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Vitra and the alchemists of the Great Ways put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the foreign watchful gaze, I little choice but to stay behind. We've already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid raffling any more feathers as I await word of Master Matoria and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn, and I can feel it. To Limsa Lominsa. How much was that? Oh, I should have used the ticket. I didn't want to spend 1,000 on the telephone. Would have took the boat if that was the case. My apologies for calling you all away from Charlene at such short notice. Oh, on the contrary, we are honored to be and grateful and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. So it's only right that this decision be conducted in person. We are locked in war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it's only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive actions, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plans entail? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlene, the Allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge of abductions of Cobalt, Hagen, Ixal, and Anada have given rise to increasing numbers of primal as well. But your tribes at Razahan has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. It is you, the sons of Sevgon, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telafuroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike the enemy's heart, Gullible. These brave few will be the Ilsabar contingent. To think such a progress has been made in short a span. Its objectives are twofold. First is to provide aid to the people of Galamo. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve Telaforoi's every will without question. They too are victims, and it is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for a strategic and political gain, but because it's the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. On that we can all agree. On the second objective is the colossal tower that Dankred and Oriange observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there reason to believe the small spires are merely a precursor of what is yet to come. And until the tower's up was thoughtful, we failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of Telafuroi. Though they're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. Outrager the Spire's main primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be sustained by Ystola's analysis of the tower and influence of ethereal currents. Based on her observation inside the Tower of Zah, the Spire siphons ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for the said task alone. The excess ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it were being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There is a logic in that, regardless, as once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what will you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Isambard contingent. Consider it an official request from both grand companies of Eorzea and its Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. Gonna put it better myself. You stole the thinker, the Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily, we all involved the prediction wasn't correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Almeida, the contingent will embark on this journey to Isambard. Raban and Lord Emmerich are overseeing the preparations, so I suggest you make yourself known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs, and without it, the go will be in before the Laphroaig so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They are not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go save, and the knowledge of Eorzea will be as you left it, or better upon your return. So where that Sir Emmerich wasn't there, since he is part of the Eorzean Alliance. So he should be at Almeida. How much am I spending on this? Oh, I gotta definitely start checking the cost of teleporting. That's why. The Wanderer's return. You've been busy bringing down the tower and procuring the key to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud those Nordic scales of yours are what made this whole adventure possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive actors fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a far amount of opposition to the formation of the Isambard contingent. They very suggest that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines, surrender aid into the Gallians has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I have battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Isambard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you both. We meet again. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Orlith. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of the extraordinary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Galamo, may the fate be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange. I thought you would have the stake in this. I do. Telephoroid have laid waste to my homeland and slain my people. But through every mode of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused for murdering Emperor Varys and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Isambard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe my innocence may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempts to rise me into a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingency mission. Whether I am branded a villain or held as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. Not defended to my dying breath after the sacrifice of my sons and daughters made, I can do no less. And I and the government of royalists intend to offer refuge to those fleeing Garlemald should that time come. We will be ready. In light of Gaia's rather unique circumstance, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. May I ask you to escort our friends aside? You might even bump into old acquaintances or two, and if I don't see you again or you depart, may the Pyrian guide and protect you, all of you. The other members of the Isambard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you're ready.
By the 12.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Isambard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer, we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughingstock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolain!
Ah, yes. Emanolain de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light. Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of derring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the Shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Werlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlund Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glacies. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Honestly thought this was a small group, and I kind of want to talk to some of the people that I actually, worked with. Well man, to a team that my machinists have been called upon to serve a turn of events which, according to my prospectometer, will prove to be quite the opportunity. I shall show the world full extent of machine history worth that with more you can be sure of, my friend. I trust Zinni is proving himself useful addition to your band, though I am here today in my capacity of Temple Knight. I look forward to seeing the other former Azure Dragoon in action once more. I'm glad I found you. I for you a letter from Master Hamlin. Let's read it together, shall we? Now, let's see here. I have every confidence that your friends shall bring the Telophoroi to their knees, and should you see any beautiful maidens thereabouts, perhaps sing to them my praise. Trust me, Master. Well, more fool me for thinking the letter would contain something actually inspiring. Let's just forget this snow exists and focus on the battle ahead. We came as quickly as we could. We would follow your example and devastate the Telophoroi with the full extent of our power. Were it not for your brothers, Busai will return soon enough. Often has Father told me of the struggles faced by Almanza in the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on my occasions. Though Garlemald has long been a bitter enemy, her grace has elected to bolster Ilsabard contingent with members of Mosaic. As representative of the Sultanate, we are one of our commitments to the cause. I'm here in representative of the Marauders Guild, and it's my job to keep the smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with them hammers of theirs, they can put up a fair fight. With a bit of luck, they'll be over and done with before you know it. Maybe when this is all over, you could pay the Axemaster a visit. He still tells all the new recruits about the time you killed Kajus and avenge that boy's parents. I remember it like it were yesterday. Greetings, the time has come for us Marines to show our valor upon the battlefield. All who sees us will know of our names and quake before our might. To victory. I like how a lot of them are from the actual class list. In case you were wondering, Eskev will be staying behind to defend D12's wood with my sisters. She was of the opinion she would make useful additions to our contingent and was eager to make good on her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering, but ultimately it was decided that her skill would be better put to use keeping our homeland safe. I am, of course, obligated to share with you her every detail when I return. Besides the delegates with Zempelfair, the Amalja and several other beat tribes have offered some troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Zabar. They would also likely prove tempting targets to abduction by the Telefora. All things considered, they can better aid the cause of bolstering our defenses and our their eagerness to do more has been noted. We shall have to suffice. We embark. We must dispute the warding scales to our comrades. Fit to do the honors. Warding scales for the studying delegations, I think it. Many things the settlements may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by the foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. That a set of warding shields I spy, not that I would know what they look like. Oh, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves. Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else it is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, and nervous or not, I march through the seven if it gives me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things. They reckon they'd be worth the deal with you when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know that what you're thinking. Why didn't they send an Iser instead? Figured if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Alfire told me was they need someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Because, of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land in the middle of sliding snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever it needs done doing. So let us sail, or however you say it goes on there soon. So these are the famed warding scales. If enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow the footsteps of Master Atal and learn all there is to learn of the star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Closewoods, much less to enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded a Pachal. Not that I am tagging along to see the size. The Guardians would benefit from my healing magic, as would our comrades should fighting break out. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talisman we keep these close to at all times, yes? If I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Before I forget, I have a message from Ian. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Somewhere like much of Orthrad has been plagued by the towers, yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Ian really labors without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. If we of the Steps in the Eastern Alliance will pay their efforts by ending this war. Look not for the Iron Man and their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteered to join this band of Tyrann's request, and if she thinks it's a worthy cause, that is reason enough. So we hail from different tribes. Our bond has grown strong as late. She is much better company on a hunt than any of the Steps or fishermen could seem to be. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would implore some advice. If I may, you have been told by many to wear the code of Isambard. I can't stress enough that this is no token warning. It will be distributing specially made warning tinctures courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisions of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to Almahu's Court. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready to issue. This is our last chance to make ready before we set off. Fourth. You needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we were in Garlemald before. Issani claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark, is that the cry of a scion in need of a tailor, I hear? Tataru. But how? I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Isambard without telling me? Nothing escapes my notice. Now, will you wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not? You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No. Of course not, silly. It's not all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? I did have one other thing to share. Artemis and Belwuda have finally returned from their assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying in the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they've been running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian. Oh, why not? You can keep Krell company in the Delcian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there, and I heard among us, Artemis and Belwuda did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were laying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stone, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I am confident you won't go collapsing again, because there's certain someone who shall remain nameless and isn't in a position to transport your souls into another world. If anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I will be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlian. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter wools, handcrafted by yours truly. Actually, it doesn't look bad. I thought the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. There he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful. I thought it was going to be a fight. This will be something of a homecoming. Our illustration's founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal. If there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus' death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Y'shtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Oh, I'm angry. Assuming there is nothing else to which to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as we are ready.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Okay. It's not Metal Gear Solid. Oh, that was a waste of a timer then. I do not know what this bewilderment bomb is. Okay. That works for me. where am I gonna hide? Oh, look at that.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Oh!
Damn, spotted.
This is a big deal, too. Oh, I'm surprised he didn't see me. Actually gonna take you out. I was gonna restore you.
7 hells.
Looks like I gotta be on the other side too. Not far enough. All the dogs incapacitated. I just need one more guard. I might have done that too early. I need you to move within the next second. Okay, how do I get rid of those? Oh, thank God. I didn't think that was gonna work.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Y'shtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Oh, that implies from fighting.
Protect the others!
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
I guess I go forward.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
Why do you have so many knights or Imperials?
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones who struggle. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Why are most people just covered in anything? they just take that head on. They are taking it head on. He's not even at home.
You lot all right back there? We're fine and ready for more. Hear that?
I actually like the new tech system.
Get to the front and turn the tide.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
That's Vergilia! Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
We have them now! Forward!
Right! Let them have it!
Okay, Pippin is as strong as his father. Duly noted.
Do not fall
weird arrangement. Oh, that's a lot of reinforcements. More. Don't be happy for that. Know about the towers. How are you not damaged in range of that?
A worthy adversary! Rest! Recover! Reclaim yourself! Then we will fight again, to the death!
Sadu Hatun!
Sad he is.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. 800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
Her buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Oh, well, base broken glass established. It's a weird aetheryte. Sorry, I'm feeling rather unwell. Shouldn't be long before we have a half-decent camp with so many helping hands. I was considered the snow might be hinder our progress, but our Ishgardian friends are used to working in these conditions. Conditions like these. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace just a little further and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Y'shtola and G'raha to join us in the building to the northeast of the camp? Alisaie and I will meet you there. Admitting yes, I will make my way once my head has cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a pliable aura of malice. Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zal, only far more terrifying. Ether flows increasingly towards it, converging into a swirl mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. He was just out of sight. You would be pleased to know most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since one would expect to find some ransacked, strangely there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It is possible that everyone fled at the first sight of trouble, though it seems to me that they had left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were Tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I will make my way there. There's one somewhere close to here. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroy's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porksy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twould be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the Tempered is all well and good, But I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmascian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields. This too is a vital task, and I appreciate your willingness to see it done. Rest assured that a serving of hot soup will be waiting for you. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tatari clothing, I dread to think how we would fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize too that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them and quickly. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like rather a tall order. Since you asked, we're to scour the Eblan Rhine for survivors. What, wander around the ice fields on the off chance you will find someone? You take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. telescope. You know, that beats walking aimlessly. How big is this area? Pretty big. There it is. It somewhat reminds me of Ishgard. Or not Ishgard, no, I can say Ishgard. That whole region. Goithus, that's the name. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing, or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Is that an ether current? Oh no, just a wimp spirit. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But, oi, what do I see yon hill? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind the tree, that tree, it looks like she's running away from something. So, surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. Should be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footsteps. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful, thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man, as chivalry, my honor deems I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. It's gonna be a snowstorm, isn't there? It's always a snowstorm. I don't even know what that is. Should be one in two side. Actually, not. Oh, what is that? Overgrown rose? That is not a rose. Notice the label here. This place was used by the Avella with the extracting of ceruleum. We're getting close, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look like it has been open for some time. She might still be nearby, so let's keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? I'm heading in the opposite direction of that. How far is that? How far does that go? I'll have to hide behind a tree. Oh, really? How long are you supposed to follow her? It just says approach the girl in green. So not too close, but not too far. It's amazing that she's not getting attacked by any monsters. Or seeing the footprints that's obviously behind her. I'm guessing that giant house right there is where we're going. That was still viably... Actually, I kind of enjoyed that. That wasn't too bad. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino, and this is my sister, Jose, our good friend. We have no intentions of hurting or taking another from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid, you savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telophoroi are the ones to blame. They're ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemies, our enemies. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who have been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care. We are striving to cure them of the affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telophoroid's influence? And there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name is Lucina. As for how I managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night and the roar of the terrible roar and then the screams, I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Then came the silence, everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If you're our will, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I know all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggling with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs could take me. Do you have family here, or is this their home? No, this is Victor's Boils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were. And the truth is, our supplies are running low, and you say you're here to help, can you? Of course, whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Lucina says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us the means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we can take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, I would say? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it up under the gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, do as you will. Huh? Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We're planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we've nursed them back to health. Which I could... What's the music? Which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Okay, it is music coming from up here. They have a radio. I can treat their frostbite in their rooms, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emmanuel's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Warming tinctures, I never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city, though calling it that seems absurd after what happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, and magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What Mechana that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum, of course. Cerulia ingenious is full of the stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. Well, all is well, yes, never better. Oh, what sweet liberation is this? Is it poison by any chance? 'Twas a joke. If I laughed, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are blessed to bear witness to a fall of a great empire, while our brethren lie dead or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the war. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From rubble rose at the deceived remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly toward the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. My tincture may as well drink it, I suppose. This is a radio. You don't have them where you come from. I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular, made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from the Locus Amanus. It is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Almanos. We may have found an empire and these frozen ways, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardships, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must foreseen this catastrophe and chose to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. Sadly for him, we bear witness to him being stabbed by his own son. So this is what you gave the others. Thank you for... I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying at Leterum? I saw Legatus Vergilia's troop heading towards the Magnium Glacius a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Vergilia and her men are all there now, How did you reach Magnia Glacius? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airship. Then there might be a way to... Is something the matter? The voice from inside you say, you must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby almost has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlement. Some have been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you mind to continue to helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of trappers living there, people whose job is to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we have to make our way past all of those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the trappers. Oh yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoot them away. To reach Trapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However, you decide to head there, please be careful. mean, yucky. I would say just kill Cerulean spirits. Put that this is a lake. Then again, I've never been in cold weather, so I don't know how lakes freeze over. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I send out like a sore thumb, If the purebloods over the Victor spoils hadn't given away our location, you would never have found us. Those stuck up thought they could come waltzing in here demanding cerulean with nothing to offer in return, Looks like the moose on the other foot, now the capital's gone. So they're restored to sending you to negotiate. I know your name. Sell swords if they think we'll give in to intimidation. They've got another thing to get. Have to beat them off, and I can heal them alternatively. There you are. Just after you left, Lucina asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have slipped that I have a little experience in transporting burials of cerulean. So this is the chopper den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? Eorzean and rebels have here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you pass up the chance to put the Imperials to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garleans. You were brought here from the other lands. Galbanya, Yangsha, Bojan, Damascus, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our wills, others fed blogs about a better life, all but put to work extracting cerulean. All given the esteemed title of On, placing us firmly at the bottom of rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ignius, still sustaining us even with our payments out of the picture. We hear you're expert at drawing cerulean from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? How wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it is not as if cerulean is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it doesn't solve all but about our hunger, unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, but be sure to tell your contingent we got cerulean by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire. The knowledge and skills we acquire working here would be practically useless outside of Qualamos. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there's a need for cerulean, we find a way to get by. Even the Gullamos, as we knew it, is gone for good. Gone for good. If you're wondering why we post guards outside, it's because we had trouble with other refugees, and I don't mean the ones that at Vector Spoils. Some of them come bearing weapons and won't take no for an answer. As for the 2 guards you met and on the way in, I'll tell them what we've discussed once they recover from the beating you gave them. Come to think of it, maybe we should ask your contingent to send some bandages and healing bones. Regardless of what the Ilsapod contingent does for the people of Gullamo, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten too? Suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some cerulean. So you're seeking cerulean, have you? What, those pure bloods of the victorious spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help, they must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Lucina got her little sister to think about. A sister? But we only saw Lucina and 3 men. It's possible that she died from whatever was ailing her. If she need treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get around here. I may have refused Lucina at first, thinking she had come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle worth of cerulean. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't be for the life of me think why Lucina would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we deliver this cerulean. Come on, let's hurry back. He probably wanted to spare Alphino by himself, thinking one small little child is no match for 3 Garleans. Gonna try to ambush him for all he needs. Then again, they had frostbite, so I don't think that would have worked anyways. At least some of these constructs are more well put together than the ones they just decided to build on different lands. Well, they're all gone. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Efina will still be treating them by the fire, but they are nowhere to be seen. It looks like the house I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. I don't even know where to search. Well, there's Alphino and the other two, or the three. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting for in the wings for us to show weakness, then when you swoop. Here to help what wrought all a ploy to make us lower our guards. Let you in, put ourselves out of our misery, put us in chains, steal our lands, and get revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later, so we got bigger problems. I found the medicine bottles in a bed that was still warm. It's true, Lucina was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. If you think I tell you you're a fool, I never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister is ill, the empty bottles prove it, so the medicine ran out, and she put it in her pocket to make it easier to carry, or to avoid sounding of crackling gas. There are bees everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invaded our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. Garleans should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee to keep their purity intact than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I can't say how Lucina and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I'll join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Two sets of footprints, a young woman, judging by their size. This is definitely them. Come on. Truck stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason at this place. It's crawling with bees. I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing her sister across the ice. We could really do with Afanel help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Empty bottles smell faint of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates it has been here for some time. It's unlikely it have any correlation with Lucina and her sister. Blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. Trail leads southwards. They killed themselves. These bodies are already cold.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course I didn't believe it. But Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? They would have frozen to death. They were on the verge of dying anyway. We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, you should send someone to take care of them, someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is to report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. I don't know what they was running to. That's just the edge of the mountain. I'm saying Afanel tells me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly, they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask you for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus' then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvus is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends! I must speak with you! A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iullus Pierre Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alisaie to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
It's rude. You'll be received as invited guests, so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes prudence above all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you were gone too long. May the Fury watch over you and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Alright, this is far as enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alizé, he's Aphrodite, and last but not least, there's the Adventurer. Where have I heard that before? No matter, Aphrodite Alizé will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not salt and run toward the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's law. Should any creatures bear the way, we go around them. Ready to make a dash for the station? This is the first stop, that is. Good, it looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Regio Demorium. One of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam these streets in packs. Today, they'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off, understood. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spared their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chance of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing the weapons, while I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back. Well, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. Don't work too hard. I saw why your commander chose you. Julius, your contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them into forsake our one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people, they're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. One close to here. I just realized they have normal cars here. That normal cars and trains. Some more afflicted. Kill back. Like that. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of desire to remain undiscovered. And that is still the high priority. We should continue to avoid unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. I guess the regalia doesn't seem too odd now since I know that they had cars. Does the railway not connect to what is currently known as Brooklyn Labs? Oh. Now these deserve death. Look at what they have become. Would you still stand here and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to vast quantity of a problems either may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen those monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. Is it down or up? Oh, it's down. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine this way. This is Tartium, one of Galamo's largest stations. It now serves us as headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. He's gonna get an ambush party. Explain to see why they chose this as their base of operation. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search for food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victoria's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guest, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. I'd rather not try to attune to something in front of everyone.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The First? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our Emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop! Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for? You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
As per Lord Quanta's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here at Territorum. Before you ask, no, I do not have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So do you truly intend to speak with others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quantas, if that's what you mean, or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning the coast and the like, those shot callers will be the least of your worries, understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity to suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation. And above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, you may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Elfino Alizé will pay the price. You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business you brought you here, you best keep your hands off that aetheryte. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you did not mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, but built by Gallians for Gallians. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided that there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetheryte power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Well, I see why the aetheryte is not responding. It's you. I served under Gaius in the 14th. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed my comrades, my friends, swept them aside, and their dozens, as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down, but I won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve, mark my words. Good gosh, you was invading on someone else's land and then you say we deserved it? I know who you are. The so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to glow, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Toward Sturgers. Of all times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Vegera's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to our wounds, and as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio, then the war, the terrible war, the capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken, a soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could murder. Seems like the civilians are in the trains. Certainly it is the same model as the one at the Victorious Falls. Perhaps it was what saved the soldiers from being tempered. Do you learn anything of note? Yeah, your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, after they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we could do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend them? I think he's healing magic, but, you know, who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Thank you, the numbness is subsiding all, but I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If I'm going hungry means someone else lives to see another day. So be it. At least I can still serve in that way. So those you met fared no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps you might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Qantas may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in the position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him, though we need to persuade Julius first. Well, seen enough. The people here are barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from nearby houses, as most families kept rather some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still going out and getting it is dangerous work. We've a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is a greater concern, though. We had some cereal set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprits. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted, for all we know. Either way, we are down to the last dregs without the heating they need. Those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's cereal you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Everything will change. Or something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the words, loyal servants of the Talforoi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We identified the seat of the enemy power. We realized Lord Qantas dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion, saying as much, instructing them to join forces with the Proclamancy Legion to prepare for a combined assault on the Talforoi. Once our allies arrive, our contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At any rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before we first reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we will bring you cereal. I will speak with Lord Qantas. So did he agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for Surim outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well, after all, my hands might make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once you are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. We begin our search for Ceruleum in Regio Urbanatium. The first location is Forum Soloius, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. insult to injury and walking around in the snow. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational area came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires community space for children to play and adults to socialize. The park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Galvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wreck bed to take armor? No, we already drained it dry. Some goes for the rest of the McKenna and the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must secure the city for every last drop. While I don't expect to find anything here, I decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see, then, with your permission, we will commence the search. Several points of interest are marked in the map, from pound children play areas. To your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. Though rather small by Gallian standards, the structure is a reminiscent of Merchant Stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play as shopkeeper. There is nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other device that would be fueled by ceruleum. A curious inspection of the wreck Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canister has long since been drained of ceruleum, as Julius said. I don't imagine there would be much need for Magitech in a park of all places, but then again, I wasn't raised in Garlemald. They may have used the ceruleum that I've yet to consider. This, whatever it appears to have, some sort of symbolic meaning relating to this part. Even though the place is named after Solus, it doesn't seem to be a statue of him. Well, at least not anymore. Maybe it was once a fountain or somewhere the man himself used to sit. Not that it would matter even if we knew, but I can't help wondering. Well, we kind of knew the man. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial War Meccana, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations, but on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you gaze at the pond. Is something the matter? Well, yes, I mean, no, I'm used to bringing my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wade and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We sopping wet when all is said and done every time. Every time when we got home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated with ceruleum-powered heaters by chance. I suppose it must have been, come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out the tank beneath a hatch. But that was a long time ago when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this barkmish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. That wager is still unbearably cold, though. What are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign significi and metaci, so don't be scared. It doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Afano, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring some? Once that's done, a blast of fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. The thing isn't going to go to fetch itself. If nothing is involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake, like how the trappers do it, we're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way to warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So fancy a dip? That's what suffices for him to take his rotten egg. Though, I do say we both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. He dove into the murky water, but came up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damn clothing chills you to the bone. Is the water you catch or what might be a handle? But I have to retrieve a ceramic tape. Your grand discovery came at the great personal cost as you became acutely aware of freezing cold and a ranked odor emitting from every atom of your body. Julius would doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver it to him your prize. Did you find anything? I hope you did. That's it? And there's still ceramium left. Ah, the fire's still not ready. Hold on. I'll give Alphino a hand. Call me an Uldalian, because by fire I am reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now, too. I appreciate you recovering the Cerulean, but I wish you taken the time to discuss the plans with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quanta's eyes, you're still envoys deserving protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your young siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contribution to the Empire awarded an estate, we lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, you always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat, and sitting down for a hot meal with your family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving the same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses. Hearing the faint sounds of laughter and songs of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quick, in the brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies some mornings, and we climbed to the top of the tallest buildings that we could find and to watch the sunrise. Never again, those rooftops were our rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had, soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Alright, now that we recovered from our escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. That's a very ominous tower. As you can see, the place is littered with the remnants of various types of war mechanic. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than pry them apart piece by piece, it would be much quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosive. With luck, I'll gain access to the tank without rupturing them. Though the force generated by the devices is relatively weak, I would advise you stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnels. Before even bothering though, you should check the War Machine civilian gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use the explosives or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. It's like a hit or miss. Not this way, see if I can find any. Only took 3 tries. More explosive? Wait, is that what I think it is? You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It is time to head back. Wait here while I go see how Alizé and Alphinaud are faring.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of our scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development. and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphinaud and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Get them out of here.
He seems somewhat attached. But for now, they will be fine, providing they do not resist. Ah, that's like... Oh, is that individual? That is individual. You will accompany back to your camp, where I will meet with your leaders to present Lord Quintus' demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionaries Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the Aiel for further details and those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Even though he's weak, apparently he can pilot Magitech armor. You again. So that's to be the way of it after all this. Ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it, for the glory of Garlemald. Quintus had reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage is a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready in the name of Emperor Varus. For the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. They don't plan to let us retreat. They want to keep us hostages. Have you done as instructed? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been giving additional orders, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter, a place I like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. I'm gonna try to assassinate the champion. Rolling bombs. Just lingers by the ruins and reluctant to leave, and reluctant to say, unable to move on. I guess this was his house.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go. It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
So cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. united, as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections, a cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alisaie.
The scouts have secured Alisaie and Alphinaud. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Ala Mhigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
That was really dark. I was mute, and oh my gosh, that was really dark. Much more occurred since we last met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees and their kingdom were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risked the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic. But perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Julius back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling, unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. I'll put on Alizé and the scout sent to extract them should already be at the station. I will also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. That was really dark. I wasn't planning for him to like take his life. I knew he was going to say something about disappointment in his drive, but I did not think he was going to be like, oh, they gone downhill. Another one at Wind Station. Oh, I was going to be most upset about that development. They went all out on this city. Like, this place is utterly destroyed. Well, I get the tampering of the actual people here. What of the machines? Can't they have repurposed the ambient machines here? And Julius. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late? What? For what? What happened? Look, Quintus, he took his own life. After the news of the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, No, he wouldn't. Beckett and others assisted the soldiers have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence transfer of refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards, we just want to live. We need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach the camp safely. was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you, please. Well, got the Aetheryte sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments. Now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one and ladder will also function as normal. That's where you are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more of us for me, more use for me and my skill over at your camp. This one didn't make it. Ah, it's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us, not that it makes much difference now. Pure bloods, immigrants, savages, after a while, the words start to lose meaning, until all you're left with is anger and fear, and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we hope to talk about with Qantas. But all that can wait, more urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Think the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and temper soaking around, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's chain, courtesy of our Limson's friends. I'd save it for the tempered though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Along the railway. It's exactly the way we took to get up here. I really don't agree with, like, during his meeting, I didn't have, during the meeting with the Emperor Varus, I didn't have any words to combat him in his agreement now. But when he said them, like, even though you content with not letting anyone have their choices and how they seek to do with their faith and all that, you seek to not yield to their own faith. So y'all end up just saying, yeah, y'all might not, if y'all believe in God, y'all just cursing the world, but we want to conquer the entire world anyways. They seem contradictory with their whole, this is why we do things. Oh, yeah, I do. Okay. I didn't think I had to incapacitate him. I don't have access to all of Dazzler. I don't know, this bird is well suited for the cold temperature. Like, in my opinion, it looks something that's just well suited for the cold temperature. That wild monster's gonna attack me as I'm doing this. Yes, because teleporting will be too much of a hassle. He's gonna just meet me out in the warm building. Oh, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few bees who went down without much of a fight. The temper proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I am gathering a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, I would remind appraising Lucia of our progress. As it happens, it have some rather contingent information from our recent scatter forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first, and all that. there's going to be a dungeon coming up, and we probably don't have time for it. I was informed of Quintus's suicide. I must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exceptions. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees, provided, notwithstanding, after all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from them. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct order of their legatus, and following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that he had lived, he would be tried as a war criminal and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he held to absolve them of any culpability, or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I don't know the man or his heart. His reason, noble or otherwise, died with no, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here, and you're absent quite well as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Trapper's Den, the recent repaired heaters can provide much needed warmth. Furthermore, we prepare sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There is one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we are capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask you seek out Istola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. Seems like she's not aiding in the healing. Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of the warrior light? You and the twins have established history of reckless disregard of your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've been already quite enough to deal with, between the tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toil their experience have taken on their heart and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes, we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day one, and so doing invite disaster.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way!
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate!
I did a damn sight more than you, you lily-livered bilge rat!
Take that back!
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, The rift between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea. The Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter. Indeed, we can but do our utmost to unite these disparate peoples and lead them to victory.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
On behalf of the Gallian Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
What? Emperor Varys?
They are being tempered. The talismans! Quickly!
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations. Now, it is time for you to awaken. Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Ala Mhigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his Mindjack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject. And permit you to go on a righteous rampage instead of partaking in this delicious meal? I think not. I must say, I've gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Zos Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit. Their anima. It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Ala Mhigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost her appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself. Together.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity. There it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to Anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Not only did he take my body, because he had another one, he took my body. Kill him to actually move forward.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Ryan. Wish I knew where I was running to. I got a key I need fuel. I really don't want to fight you. That's a lot of money. Why is this field so large? I'm gonna have to fight one of them. Nope. Oh, now I gotta transport it in my hand. It was a long walk. Ah, I got both. Oh, that's not good. Barely remain conscious.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Eulus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Ah, he made it back before I did.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
Do you not
That's
see
her, over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now. All's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I have yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them. Heedless of the delay. Predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether. And then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days!
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
I am pleased to report you are very much alive.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Fandaniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
It was just rude and disrespectful, taking one's body. certain you're well, nothing out of place, nothing missing bits. Good, though I won't promise the same for Daniel and Xenos after I'm getting done with them. How much must these people suffer before they are satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days, or no, this ends now? Alright, with that, that's gonna come to an end with this one. It was worth holding it off an extra 20, 30 minutes. So, peace.